Getting started here. Hello. Hello, hello. Happy Saturday, everybody. Everything in place. Hopefully my audio's okay. Oh. Hey there, Gavin. Welcome. I might untangle this thing here real quick, like. Seriously. This get. I don't understand how wires laying on the ground can tangle themselves up just lying there. Okay, yeah, alright. Audio sounds alright. So, welcome back to Hardspace Shipbreaker. My name is Volcata, and of course, for the regulars, we know we've long since won, but we continue on working for Lynx Corp, looking for missing posters. It feels like that's what it's starting to become, the Raiders of the Lost Poster. And honestly, I should check the forums to make sure that they are still in the game. We might be looking for them indefinitely. But yeah, always look forward to getting going again on this game. You know, always get a week off because I only play on during the stream. And so I was thinking about it. I want to do another Javelin tanker. The one that we're the double ion one that we're trying to work on our first shift income. And I feel like I can make some improvements over last time. And I kind of wanted to try something with the roustabout tug. I want to see if we can do an Atlas roustabout where we do the engines last, like literally last, as in we cut them free at the beginning and see if we can process the ship entirely without even pulling the thrusters out, so they're still alive. Just curious to see if we can do it. So that's something I kind of want to try to do today. And then probably a gecko again, because I think that one of our missing posters we found before in a gecko. I don't think we find posters in mackerels. Just thinking back on it, I can't think of us ever pulling a poster out of a mackerel. So I'm not going to prioritize them, but we usually do at least one to warm up. I don't think we're going to do an exolab. But we do need to find those missing posters. I'm trying to hit a variety of different ships to try to increase those chances. So I think we're going to... It looks like we ended with a roustabout tug. I think we're going to start with one today. Because I don't see the... I don't see the javelin that I want to do. That's the heavy cargo. And we always do a smaller medium ship to warm up anyway. So I think we're going to try this one out. So the idea is going to be to detach the thruster housings, but not actually open them up. Seems to be an electrical problem in this one. Lights are all flashing.
Salvage deposit secured.
And really the reason why I was thinking about doing it this way, even though I don't think it's going to be the better way, was just to see if there's a better way of handling the engine housings when there isn't a ship in the way. We're always fighting with them trying to go into the furnace.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
And if we have a more clear path, literally nothing else in the way, then we might find it easier to manage them. I don't think it'll become a permanent strategy, but we might be able to adapt part of it. You know how it is. We try stuff and see what works. And then if any part of it's any good, then we see if we can adopt it into our full normal strategy. Hello, Kenneth. Welcome back. How have you been? Alright, this already feels weird, cutting these off immediately. But we can't do the ship without cutting them off because the roof and the floor will not come off. Oh boy. So this might go terribly wrong, who knows? It's definitely going to make it more difficult to manipulate the ship because we always rotate it. We're going to have the housings in the way. And we'll just see how it goes. We're going to leave that on because we might come out and go back in.
Airlock pressurizing.
And this is probably going to be the last hard space for, I'm not going to say for a long time, but I probably won't hard space next week. There are some other things I've been thinking about streaming as one-offs. See, look at all these posters, but they're not the ones we need. Tug is a good candidate for poster shopping. Alright, we need to be looking for okay, working regulator. Working regulator, though we can't get out. So we're just going to grab that. Refuel. I'll get into it later about future streaming plans, but I'm probably going to stream something else next Saturday. Candidates in mind. Going to be a broken regulator. Okay. This is the one that we kind of needed to have working. I think what we're going to do is use this regulator up here, and we'll just have to depressurize through this door. That's a little unfortunate because it means we need to clear out the upper deck, and we normally flip the ship doing that. But we need all this junk out of the way. I don't know, we'll see.
Air pressure level decreasing.
So there was a mention last session about non-airlock doors. Remember, I expected an airlock door to close, and it didn't last time, or a door between chambers. And there was a question about whether or not they normally do. And see, that one right there is a door between chambers. Even though it's a smaller one, it's controlled by a normal door console, not an airlock console. And it closed. And I didn't check to see if there was anything floating around in there. You know what? I'm just going to open it. I'm not going to cut the ceiling out. If anything comes flying out, then it could go out through the ceiling. You're sick, Kenneth? Hopefully it's nothing serious. Hopefully it's not the COVID. Or what's the other thing going around now? Monkeypox? That I hear is not too good either. Alright. Yes, the cockpit's the only thing that's pressurized. Alright. This floor might give us a little bit of trouble coming out because of the... Well, it already gives us trouble normally, but also it could be running into the engines. It doesn't go out straight. Okay, well that was actually better than normal. Normally we have to shove it 2 or 3 times and then it finally gives free and comes out. Alright, I think we need to depressurize the cockpit before we do anything else because we're going to pull all of these power cells and that's going to shut off the door. This stuff should be alright because there shouldn't be anything free floating in the cockpit. I think we got everything. I am pinned against the wall.
Airlock depressurizing.
Alright, so far, so good.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
We can get all of these out.
Salvage
I wonder
secured.
if...
Applying credit.
Nah, I wonder if it'd be smart to do that. Probably not. Okay, it seems to be alright. Oh, there was an electrical arc. I think it hit it on the way down.
Credit applied.
Okay, maybe not. It's smart just to get the individual little purple cubes out of here.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
They come off so easily that it doesn't...
Salvage registered.
We don't get a whole lot of benefit from tethering them anyway.
Tether levels are low.
Salvage deposited.
Bunch of easy
Applying
money.
Credit to account. Salvage secured.
So we're gonna have a real challenge getting these walls out of the way because of the engines being in the way. Maybe we leave them? Okay, so that
Salvage
plate is a
secured.
processor plate.
Account credit applied.
No, Gavin, we don't know for sure that the flush switches work without power. That's a very good and a little too late to be useful point because I've already told them.
Applying credit.
We're gonna find out. I mean, I assume so because since we detached them from the ship proper, I think that they would have, if they didn't work without power cells, I think they already would have stopped working because we had detached them from the ship. Oh, it's an excellent point, Kevin. We're going to find out the hard way. I'm going to say that they work because
Salvage deposit secured.
I seem to remember a suggestion being made. You know, back in early access when this ship was bugged and it would throw itself into the furnace or into the processor when you
Credits transferred.
if it was too light when you opened up the thrusters. My suggestion to people who ran into that was always to do the engines first immediately, which was one of the ways around that. The other way around it was to do them very last. Or I think it was to detach them and do them last or something like that. It was a suggestion that other people made. I wouldn't do it.
Salvage secured.
But based on that being a suggestion, that would require
Minutes left to get your work done. Okay,
them to
Cutter?
still work after they're detached. So I'm guessing that they probably will. I'm just not sure how we're gonna. I'm hoping we can get this thing light enough to rotate it with the shell still on it. So we're gonna need to spin it in place without taking the walls out.
Material accepted. Credits assigned.
Oh, well, that one has an audio with it.
Oh, hey, I know it was you. I know it was. You think you can captain just underbid us like that? Oh, don't give me fair. That wasn't fair and you know it. We make all the platinum runs for links. No. What? Faster? Oh, you wish. You're flying what? Creighton Dexter C8 under the hood? This here's a Tsutomu 920. Oh, buddy, no. Look, the captain has a deal for you. It's simple, really. A race. Half the cargo each. Full burn. We'll see who can reach Mars Village first. You in? Oh, come on! You're a coward. Yeah, no, that's right, coward.
Was that guy, was he challenging someone to a race? Hey Jake, welcome back. Kent, I'm glad to hear that's probably not COVID. I've fortunately never had this to date. I have not caught the COVID. I was reading something the other day on a news site or something where they said that it would, the amount of people who have not have COVID is becoming a smaller and rarer subset of humanity. Okay, so that's not moving. That's not great. Maybe we can get the front plate off and not the sides.
Credit applied.
I haven't used the data miner. By the way, Rickster, welcome. I haven't used the data miner because it doesn't make good content on a live stream, I guess. You know, having all the viewers sit around and read data files. It didn't seem like a good thing to do. Oh, I didn't have to. I think you said I didn't. I was curious how it was you knew that I hadn't. There are some logs that are purely audio, and when you grab them, there will be a little pop-up on the left that says hold tab to just play the audio directly. I totally misread your original question, and I was really impressed on how you would somehow deduce that I had not used the data miner at all. My next question was going to be, how did you know that? What am I missing? What's it doing down there? Did I
Finish things up, Cutter.
I didn't send that down there, did I? While I was talking? I couldn't have. I was inside the... Oh! There was, let's try out. There was a... Okay, now I'm not confused. I had the tether on it when I was trying to rotate the ship. I didn't realize it was actually on that piece. Come on, get off the area. Thank you. I was so confused how it just went away on its own.
Caution.
And I'm out of tethers now.
Supply depleted.
Anyway, yeah. I guess I probably answered Rick's question. Yeah, that some of the audio logs you can just play them straight. That's good, Rick. That's I want people to learn from here. You're in the right place. We first and foremost teach, and attempt to entertain at the same time. 0% lost. That's good. And of course, we're doing a completely bonkers strategy on this just to see if we can do it. This is the way I would normally recommend to do a roustabout. Normally, I recommend to do the engines first, not last. Well, the teacher should always be a step ahead of the student.
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
That's the
Your theta wave levels are high.
anticipate what they need to know.
2 caffeine pods before starting your shift.
I had a back in high school. I had to lecture my chemistry teacher, Mrs. Hale. I liked her. Most people didn't. But she was the kind of teacher that would, if a student asked a question, she would treat them like they should have already known the answer.
Salvage
And,
deposited.
uh,
Applying credit to account.
I actually,
Caution.
Sorry, my
Out
tethers.
of tethers.
I actually, she tried that once with me in class. Because I asked a question. It was a legitimate question. I don't remember what it was.
Welcome to Vintage.
And she asked questions. Her attempt was to get you to think your way through by asking you questions. But she was asking questions with information in them that we clearly didn't have. And so she wasn't doing it right. And basically she was just, the end result was that she just made the students feel stupid for not having already known the answer. Like, you should have known the answer. If you had just asked the right questions of yourself. And it's like, no, we didn't have that information to begin with. That's why we're asking you. She tried that once on me, and I called her out on it. Like, you're the teacher. You're supposed to anticipate what we need and what we shouldn't already know, and supply us with that information. We were asking you a question because we want to learn. Now we want to made it look stupid in front of the class. She didn't stop doing it, but she stopped doing it to me.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
I guess that was why the students didn't like her, because she intimidated them. The problem was that the crux of the problem was that when you make a student feel dumb for asking a question that is a legitimate question, then they just don't ask questions. And if they don't ask questions, then they don't learn. And as a teacher, you can't discourage students from asking questions. And that was what I got on to her about that. I called her out on that. Like, if you're gonna make us look dumb in front of the rest of the class for a question we shouldn't have had an answer to, then we're just not gonna ask questions, and then we're not gonna learn. It looks like this thing is moving, but
Salvage deposit registered.
man, it is not moving fast.
Account credited.
I don't want to detach those because I don't want the inside to spin within the shell. So this is going to come down to the problem of mine never bothering to learn what the numbers are. What's the max pull strength of tethers, and
Salvage
I
secured.
bet we can get this back
Credits
plate off.
deposited.
I bet we don't have to leave that on. We can pull that out. Oh yeah, I have made teachers look dumb. My creative writing teacher, I caught him out. There was a kid in class that none of us particularly liked, but I don't like bullies. So, despite him being annoying, he'd made a statement about him not liking, because it was creative writing, and there was a poet he didn't care for. And it wasn't
Valuable
the
object processed.
brightest
Credits
bulb in the
deposited.
bunch. And
Salvage
our teacher
deposit registered.
called him,
Account credited.
basically accused him of being not open-minded about poetry, and that it wasn't fair to discount poetry because he didn't like a certain poet, which wasn't the argument. It wasn't the thing the kid was saying. He was saying he didn't like that poet's poetry. And basically, the teacher was taking advantage of the fact that the kid wasn't too bright and wasn't going to defend himself in the argument very well. And so I just sat there and waited for the teacher to make fallacies in his argument that he knew that the kid wouldn't call out, and then I called him out on it after he had run himself into a corner. The argument that he made was that that if you ate a single cone of ice cream and didn't like it, that you wouldn't eat ice cream ever again. I pointed out, I said, no, he said that he doesn't like Baskin-Robbins ice cream and therefore he's going to go somewhere else. And eventually the teacher got revenge on me. We had, I called him out on it and kind of shamed him because he was clearly picking on the kid that couldn't defend himself. And so later on we had a discussion unrelated to it in class, probably weeks later, about our responsibility as authors, creators of content. Our responsibility for how our content is interpreted by our audience. And he advocated that we are responsible for what we put in our content and how people interpret it. And I countered the argument of that it's not possible for us to police how people interpret our content, which was an oversimplification of the argument he was making, but he was making it. I'm just going to keep using tethers so this thing turns. He was oversimplifying his argument, which was the problem. And so it was just me calling him out again. He had a valid statement. Just didn't argue it well. That it is true, and we see it, especially in like modern American politics, how people will make inflammatory statements in their media, and with the intent of causing negative reactions, or intentionally causing misinterpretations. People, in fact, are in court right now over that. Alex Jones being one of them. But you know, that's the argument he was making, and he's right. We can be responsible for. There are scenarios where we are responsible for how people interpret our content, but I think that scenario is. The argument is that we're responsible if we are intentionally malicious. It kind of be my argument now as an adult who has learned more about content creation and how the world works. But long story short, I disagreed with him, and I made some pretty good arguments, and so he said, "Well, then let's put together a formal debate, and we'll divide into two camps. You know, we'll have kids in the class will be on one team, you know, one side of the vote of the argument, and some on the other side." And basically, he gave me the kid who can't argue for anything, the one I had defended in that earlier argument. He's like, "You're going to be on his team." Didn't even ask him if he agreed with my argument. You're going to be on his team. No. I knew that there was revenge coming. That's what it was. As soon as he assigned him to my team, I knew that this was his chance to get even with me. And he assigned someone else, and we had a few days to prep our arguments, and there was one other kid in the class who was really sharp, clearly had debating skill, and of course he assigned him to be the captain of the other team.
5 minutes left till you're done for the day.
And they set up a panel for judging on our arguments, and we'd have an opening argument, and then we'd go down the line having arguments and counter arguments, and then we'd have a closing argument. And the rules of the debate was that the person who made the opening argument couldn't be the person that made the closing argument. I had no one on my team who wanted to do it.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Because he sabotaged it as much as he could. And the day of the debate, he's like, remain not biased. He won't be one of the people who is. I don't know how we're going to turn this thing. He won't be one of the judges. But as the debate was starting, he said, "One last thing I want to say before the debate starts. I agree with that side." And he pointed at the other side. He literally, the teacher of the class, told the judges, "I agree with the other team." Like, this wasn't going to be difficult enough. And the kid who was no good at making arguments, at the beginning of the debate, the first thing he said was, "I don't agree with this side," and put his head down. Like, the sabotage was complete. Petty teacher. He was still one of my favorite teachers, but yeah, I don't remember where we got onto that discussion.
Material accepted.
About being good teachers, I guess.
Processor deposit accepted.
All right, let's see here.
Credits awarded.
I've spent an entire shift trying to rotate this thing, and it's not going to rotate. It's not running into the thrusters. That's not the issue. And it's moved a little bit, which makes me wonder why it hasn't. If it can move at all, it should be able to continue to move. It's like it's given up on turning. Oh, about making a teacher look dumb. Thanks, Jake. Yeah. Yeah, he really did get he got back at me good on that one. I scored the most points in the debate, but they declared the other side the victor. Because at the beginning of the debate, the first thing the teacher said was, "I agree with this side. This side's right."
Credits deposited.
Yeah, Jake, I did. I think you're right. I think that it might be a light object that moved it. I mean, I'm confident that if we cut these walls off, it would turn. It's kind of what we're trying to avoid doing. Because then we're going to have light objects moving heavy objects, because it'll be the interior turning and pushing the outer shell. We're trying to avoid doing that. Alright, I guess we just keep lightening it up.
You watching the clock, Cutter? You've got 1 minute left.
Oh, also in that debate, he broke the rule and let the captain of the other team do both the opening and closing argument, even though he wasn't supposed to.
Salvage secured.
And the kid made good arguments. I mean, he was a sharp kid. I knew that he'd be a worthy debate opponent. You know, my argument. I mean, it was so sabotaged the whole time. You know, my argument was that we cannot be held responsible for how people interpret our
Account credited.
our content. And it was based on the fact that we can't, you know, we're not there. Because we're, you know, this, in that case, we were writers, right? We're creative writing course. It wasn't, you know, like live streaming. YouTube didn't exist. In fact, the internet didn't exist. So it was more about like writing books and how people would interpret it. And what I did I made sure I was the last person to go on my team. So I did the closing argument.
9346-52. Links would like to share
And
the following
I made
inspirational message.
I made
Some people
a
dream of great salvage, while
I
others
intentionally
buckle
showed up
every
to
morning
the
and make
debate
it happen.
unprepared. And I sat down at the desk or the table across from my was being my direct counter argument guy. And I waited until the debate was, right, it was right when he was starting the debate, or right as he'd started the debate. I said, "Oh, wait a minute!" And I said, I turned to just some random person and said, "Can I have you have a piece of paper I can borrow?" I intentionally showed up without the materials because I wanted to make sure everyone saw me getting a piece of paper and a pen. And then as each person on the other team made their argument, I'd stare at them and wait till they made a statement, and then I would just scribble something down. And I made sure that they saw me scribbling something down. I intimidated the entire other team. What's he writing? What is he writing? I wanted to make sure that they saw that I was, oh yeah, he said that, and then I wrote something down. That doesn't belong there. And so I was rattling the other team by doing it.
Transferred.
You come off the barge, please. A little psychological warfare. Good grief. Why are things not coming off of the barge? Yeah, well, you know, it's a debate, right? If you can rattle your team, the opposing team. But when it came time for me to debate, because I was the last person, my entire argument was going down and listing off everybody else's arguments and intentionally,
Credits awarded.
dramatically misinterpreting what they said. Just totally, like, that is totally not what they said. You know, I took everything they said completely out of context. You said this. Did you mean this and this? Because you know, obviously you meant that. And it was clearly not what they meant. And the whole point of the debate was that we're supposed to be responsible for how people interpret what we say, you know. And my counter argument at the end was, because you have a question, that was my argument, was talking about just misinterpreting everything that they said. And then my counter question to the person across from me was, if the entire point to this debate is, if the entire point to a debate is to get your point across clearly, and no one here could do that without it being misinterpreted, then how can we ever be responsible for how people interpret what we say? You know, we literally have someone lie right across from us, and you couldn't even do it. How are you gonna make someone do it in writing? You know, someone's reading your book, which I thought was an amazing argument. I was so happy about it. And the kid across from me that was supposed to answer the question said, "Huh? I don't get it." Oh. The whole thing was lost from the beginning. Bunch of heathens. I thought it was clever. The teacher was impressed. Even though I was the opponent and he sabotaged the whole thing. I don't think we can move this without, like, we've cut everything out. I mean, there's nothing left for us to take out. I mean, except for those inner walls, but those inner walls are processor things and they're held in. So I think this is I'm not gonna say a failed experiment, because it's eating results, right? It's a failed attempt. Successful experiment, failed attempt. So I think we're going to cut one side free. Wait a minute, is this... Wait a minute, so this... Maybe we can pull... Okay, let's leave that. Maybe we can pull this little shell piece out. Yeah, let's do that. I can try to pulse it, but I'm thinking that if the tethers can't move it, I don't think my pulser's gonna move it. I didn't want to cut that out. I didn't really have a choice. That front piece is all I wanted. I think I cut one more thing, I think, than I needed to. But it did make it light enough. I think we could have left these on.
Processing valuable deposit.
That's ideally what I would have wanted to do. Ironically, I don't think we actually need to rotate the ship now. We've already got everything out of it. Oh, don't go under. You're gonna go under, aren't you? Oh, it's gonna get caught. Twist it around. Yeah, now that we're rotating the ship for no reason. It's just... So I guess we were at the point now to where we needed to pull the shell out, and so there was no point in rotating the ship. So we needed to...
For processing. Salvage goal.
We still needed to make it lighter, right? Because it was either we either cut the we either cut the sides out and pull the aluminum out, or we pull the whole unit out. I don't think we can pull the whole unit out because it'd run into the sides here. We'd have to pull it forward. So I think this is the point where we do want to cut these out anyway. And pull the aluminum casing out of the middle. Yeah, if you're talking about the debate, yeah, exactly. They expect you to be a mind reader, but it's you know, the teacher had valid argument. I think we both had valid arguments, and I think that the debate needed to end with a better understanding of the subject matter at hand. And I don't feel like we came away with that because it was a show. It was just for show. The teacher wasn't trying to make his point. He was trying to humiliate me. Which he didn't succeed in humiliating me because I made an extremely good argument. Even though my team lost, but my team lost because he told the judges to score against us. The teacher kept his own score of arguments made by each member of the debate team, and he had little check marks. And basically, mine went across the entire page. Everyone else said like check, check, check. Mine was like check, 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 check. So he acknowledged that I had made a great argument to argue my point. But I think that we as students could have learned more from it had the teacher taken the opportunity to discuss both sides of it afterwards and see how and argue how both points were valid.
Tether supplies are low.
Because I didn't as a teenager, You know, I look back on it, and I oversimplified the problem. The argument he was making, I oversimplified. Just out of, I don't know, ignorance, I guess, right? You know, I was a kid, I didn't know as much as I know now. That my teacher was right to a degree, which was that we do have to be responsible for how people interpret our content, but only, I think the argument that needs to be made is that we need to be responsible for our intent in the content that we make, more so than the content itself. Now, if we're doing something intentionally inflammatory, then yes, we are absolutely responsible for it.
Credits awarded.
You know, you get people like,
All good?
again, I try to keep politics out of my stream, and so I'm trying not to slam on one side, but the examples that are appropriate for the discussion, unfortunately, tend to be on one side of the spectrum. You get people like Tucker Carlson, for example, whose form of content is asking leading questions without taking responsibility for the ideas that they are trying to convey. And in situations like that, what my teacher was arguing is absolutely correct. That individual is responsible for how people interpret their content, and they're trying to hide responsibility by forming their content in leading questions as opposed to in statements. And so he is a good example for what my teacher was talking about, and my teacher is correct. And that's something that I didn't really get when I was that age. I oversimplified the argument. Probably from a standpoint of naivety, because I don't have ill intent in things that I do. I'm an educator, not an instigator. So for me, media is not a tool for influencing, it's a tool for educating. Careful, careful. There we go. And so I think that we could have made a better argument about our responsibility to our content based on our intentions for the content, for creating the content in the first place. All right, I think we got everything out of here.
Fuel levels are low.
Absolutely, Rickster. Yeah, Jake. I'm not looking forward to opening those shells. And we're out tethers.
No tethers. Please refill supplies.
But yeah, Rickster, exactly. The consumer always has a responsibility. I agree, absolutely. Which was my argument. I went over on my argument, which was that I argued that as the content creator, we had no responsibility. But in truth, it's a shared responsibility to one degree or another. But intent plays a lot into it. You have individuals who make inflammatory rhetoric. They don't make it to they have a specific target that they take advantage of.
1 minute left on the clock, Cutter. 1 minute.
Which tends to be people who are
Deposit confirmed.
maybe
Applying
less educated, or conditioned to not question things, maybe because of their upbringing. And while there is still responsibility on the individual to educate themselves, you know, critical thinking, there's also fault in the creator if they are intentionally targeting groups that they know are more susceptible to their rhetoric. You know, and things like intentionally leaving out counter arguments that they know. You know, if they know there's a flaw in their argument, they're potentially intentionally obscuring those, guiding people away from the holes in their arguments. Because it's more important for them to be right than to be correct. Which doesn't foster education, doesn't foster growth.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52.
So it's a shared responsibility in some of those scenarios. I think at some point I need to reframe the description of my channel from a gaming channel to a gaming/philosophy channel. To get into these philosophical discussions more and more, which I'm more than happy to do. I think we grow as not just people, but as a society when we share ideas and knowledge freely and are open to reevaluating our knowledge or our opinions based on new information. And as a species, we grow by the sharing of knowledge. Yeah. Rename it to Deep Thoughts.
Deposit accepted.
Deep Thoughts with Jack Handy. For any old, classic SNL fans, Deep Thoughts with Jack Handy was a running skit. Classic SNL. Yeah, I was born at the wrong time to be a philosopher, unfortunately. I can't do it as a profession. All right.
Salvage secured. Credits.
So hopefully this isn't light enough to drag the whole thing back when I tether it to the back wall, because I need the housing to stay in place.
Salvage deposit.
So hopefully this whole thing doesn't come at us.
Count credited.
I don't think it will. I think it's heavy enough not to move.
Thruster dangerously unstable. Proceed with.
We are not going to do the 2 thrusters at a time thing. We already don't know what's going to happen when we pop these things open. With the mast so low, so hopefully we won't die to an instant crushing bug or something. Oh, Oh, yep. I'm flying. I'm flying to avoid it. Oh, I don't know which way to fly.
Warning. Fuel levels are critical. Return to the master jack to purchase supplies.
Oh, yeah, that was way more energetic than I expected.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
So we need to. I think we're gonna get this out. See, I was thinking about this last night when I was thinking about doing this strategy, and how, I realized that this whole back plate is attached to the engines, but there's no cut point.
Secured.
This is unique. This is unique to any other mechanism in the ships, in all of the ships, I think. I don't think there's any other place in the game where objects are connected, but are not connected by cut points.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Fuel levels restored.
I'm not gonna go low fuel or in this danger. Like when we pull the switch and it depressurizes the whole thing, this decouples from the front, but it's never actually attached to it. So we can't actually send this to the processor without doing that, even though it's not attached to it by a cut point. It's turned. Let's see if we can get away with just sending it straight to the barge.
Thruster fuel system unstable. Proceed with extreme caution.
Just don't get stuck coming out. Oh. I thought that maybe my orientation would be off. I gotta turn so I can figure out what direction I'm going. Alright, don't crush us, don't crush us, don't crush us. Oh. I'm trying to fly inside of it. Oh no! Oh no, no, we're going towards the... Oh. I looked outside and I saw the furnace and I thought the whole thing was carrying us into the furnace. I'm like, no, I can't get out. Oh yeah, this is not a good strategy. I'm glad that we tried it, but this is not a good strategy. This is every bit as dangerous as I thought it could be.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Okay, well, no, cancel. I still got this attached to it. Oh. So right, you're right. It's the back plate is attached to this. That's correct. But this is still not cut point. There's no cut point between this and those. Oh, but it is a good point that you corrected. It's attached to something, but there is a point at which there is no connection. But you're right. I misspoke when I said that this is what's attached to the
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
housings. It's the fuel pod, that is. Gavin, I think you spoke a little too early to say it didn't kill me. We haven't survived. It's not clear yet. I'm not counting these chickens before they hatch. We have two more that can still kill us.
Thruster fuel system breached. Interior unstable. Valuable object accepted for
And the first two have tried to murder us already.
Warning. Fire damage. Link Safe distance from flammable items.
Alright, don't kill us, don't kill us, don't kill us! I'm actively flying around the opening because I don't want it to bug out and try to murder me. So there was a version of this game that there was a bug in this game, or I don't know if it's a bug or a miscalculation or what, but there was a version of this game where you would get instant death from a crushing, like you wouldn't even get the crushing alert. Crushing situation like that would just pancake you instantly. And fortunately, they changed the tolerance of it. I know this because I played a version that you guys never saw. I was under an NDA, so I couldn't discuss it. But there was a pre-release version that this would have murdered you instantly. And that's why I'm so paranoid right now. When I'm doing this, as soon as I see that crushing alert, I'm getting that paranoid because the crushing death was so bad in that version that I'm continually paranoid of that alert.
Thruster systems breached. Detecting elevated volatility. 5 minutes left in the shift, Cutter, okay? Okay.
I have video that I can't release because of the NDA that I took of situations where I could grapple push something, like just barely tap it, and if I was close to it, you just die instantly because it would consider the object, like if the object started to turn at all, it would consider it a proximity, and then you would just die instantly. There were several times where I just was playing and then was just dead. And it has carried into this entire playthrough. A lot of times I've done things where I've been super paranoid because of the PTSD of that version. Fortunately, I think that they got it fixed. It hasn't happened to us in the entire playthrough. Alright, so it's going to be super easy, right, to get all these in, because now there's nothing else in our way.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Alright. So now we can, like, no ships in the way. So the whole reason we were doing this was to see how easy it would be to turn these things in without having to worry about the furnace. A lot of work for very little return. I'm sure there are no lights on these.
Transferring credits.
I think I separated the lights on most of them. I feel like there should be another tether that I'm not. There it is. Okay. No lights. No lights. Any lights on those? One floating in space.
Salvage registered.
Interesting paint job on the inside of this. What is that about? Doesn't correspond with anything. Yeah, there's no paint on the inside of the other ones. That's weird. Huh. It is great seeing all these engine housings just kind of meandering together in a herd.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Processing object. Applying credits to account.
I did that as a long, shallow tether so that it would have more time to pull these guys. Give them the
1 minute
momentum.
left, Cutter. Start finishing things up. All right? Applying credit to account.
Should only be 3 because we pulled one of them straight to the barge. I think our only red is from
Salvage goal met. Rewards
a door that we didn't cut out. One more light? Well, of course we'll do our cleanup, so. Because that might have been the second light I got already. What? Hip off in the distance? Huh. A weird looking ship. I never really took a close look at it. It looks like it has a landing bay on it.
object processed.
Oh, time.
Credits deposited.
No! If I had noticed the timer, I would have thrown a couple of extra tethers down to get those in faster. So those are button lights that we lost. Not a big deal. Door, yeah. 91% already. I don't know if that's Kai's work, but because there are other work bays within range. That didn't look like a work bay to me.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. Today's weather report, clear and sunny.
We'll take a look at it again when we get out there, but that looked like something else. I know there are other work bays that we can see.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Oh. That's a work bay right there. We can see the inset where the ship would be. That could be Kai, that could be Edie, who knows. That's another work bay right there. I don't think that's one. Oh, you're right. That could be a work. Yeah, it is a work bay. Right. I was looking at the cross. I thought that cross right there was like a landing pad, but it's not. That's a.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Me going somewhere that's gonna get me killed. That's it's the jacks. And you might be right. That might be Kai's because it looks like there's debris all over the place. Like they blew something up. I never noticed that, Jake. I never noticed that there was an explosion during the. I never saw that in the back. I never paid attention to it. That's super cool. That's a great little bit. That's a great observation. Yeah, I never caught that. I mean, you know, I'm busy trying to blow up a ship, so. Yeah.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
That's super cool. Did I? Was did I catch that on camera when I was doing the industrial action? I mean, obviously I wasn't watching that because I was focused on my work area. I'm curious if I have that on tape. I'd like to see it. everything. 99.7%. I mean, it was an experimental strategy, but you know, experimental strategy comes out with 99.7%. Can't be too bad, can it? That's super cool. It's a great detail that I love it when developers put small things in games like that where it doesn't have to be there, but if it is, and you happen to notice it, that's
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Please enjoy
a trait
the
of good
following inspirational
game
message.
development.
Success is not the key to happiness. Happiness is the key to success. If you love what you do, you will be successful.
When your background is an actual thing, and they take the time to put those little details in, that is awesome. All right, so we got to try that strategy out. We probably won't be repeating it, but it was the thing. We still want a javelin anchor and gecko of some sort, both because we love geckos and to increase our chances of getting posters. We did a salvage runner last time. Wouldn't really have to twist my arm to do a gecko heavy cargo. What are our ghost ships? Heavy cargo macro ghost ship. Gecko station hopper ghost ship. I'm not in the mood for that. Heavy cargo mackerel ghost ship. Now, you know, the ghost mackerels feel like a hollow win against the ghosts. You know, it's just like there's only that little area that they can be in, and then it's just there's only a couple of doors that they can toy with. It just doesn't. It's a shallow victory. Feels unrewarding. Let's go with the heavy cargo gecko. I don't think we've done one in a little while. And we're going to keep our eye out for a tanker javelin. I mean, we don't have to do it yet. We can do a heavy cargo javelin if they keep refusing to give us a tanker, but the double ion challenge is what we're focusing on. I want to make some adjustments to our last attempt with how we treated the front end, because we lost a lot of time on the front end going in and out and trying to depressurize it and not pre-tethering, and just it was not done cleanly. We still got away with we got what we were after, which was the generator in the last moments, but it was not clean, and we probably could have gotten more out with the time that we wasted. So I want to revisit how we handled that.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Seriously, I think they made these armor platings into barge items just to make them a pain to move around.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Tail fins. Get inside. Yeah, it's attached. That's what I thought. All right.
Airlock depressurizing.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Airlock depressurizing.
Oh,
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
no need to keep those because we're not going to be able to cut our way out and come back in
Credit applied.
because the heavy cargo gecko. The whole exterior is all one thing. There's no potential to pull a switch and then come back in.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
I feel like we're missing something. There it is.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Airlock pressurizing.
Alright. Find the rock in the back that's going to try to destroy everything. Ooh, free money. Use some of that in real life. Nothing? Is that a thing? Last time we didn't have an object back here. I don't think that credit drive counts. I've always liked how the air in here is dirty. It makes sense, you know, and then it clears out after you actually evacuate the room. It's a detail I really appreciate. Alright, so we don't have a working regulator in here. So this is gonna go the traditional way. For extra, I don't think that I'm gonna redo the tutorials. I mean, initially I intended to. The problem I ran into is that since I was under an NDA, I couldn't make tutorials off of the final version until it was released. And once the game was released, my tutorials went through the roof. Like, my subscriber count doubled within a couple of weeks. And my tutorials that had a few hundred views went into the thousands of views almost instantly. And so I'm not sure how I would... Yeah, we're gonna fuck these up. I'm not sure, like, if I made new tutorials now, anyone who's looking for this game, looking for tutorials for this game, would still, YouTube would still recommend the old ones because of the amount of views they have. So they wouldn't see the new ones anyway. And I can go back and I can put cards in them that says something like, click here to see the new version. But not many people would actually click that. And in order for me to make sure people see the new ones, it means I'd have to basically hide the old ones. Just would hurt my channel because I'm a small-time YouTuber, and those tutorials are of the things that I've created that YouTube is willing to suggest. the tutorials are the main thing. And so I'd be burying the only thing that YouTube shows.
Air pressure level.
Oh yeah, the strategies in the old tutorials are definitely still valid. I mean, there are some small changes, but the lessons that they teach still hold true. I mean, there are a lot of tips and tricks that aren't in there that we've learned since then that I would like to make new sets of tutorials. What? Wait a minute.
Airlock pressurizing.
What?
Airlock pressurizing.
Oh, they got that bug where the... See? It depressurized the outside. That shouldn't happen. See, there's a leak somewhere in there between the rooms, even though that's supposed to be sealed. Although I did forget to grab that atmospheric regulator. Yeah, back to the question. Yeah, the strategies are accurate, though there are a lot of things that we, in our first run through of this game with the live stream, we came up with a lot of cool strategies that I would like to include in the tutorials. I just don't think that people would see the tutorials because YouTube would recommend the original ones instead of the new ones. If I could have had them prepared before 1.0 came out, that would have been a different thing, because then I could have buried the originals and all the people who had just bought the game would have picked up on the new ones.
Raw material processed. Credits
But
deposited.
we're past that window of opportunity. I kind of want to launch these like the rockets. I'm going to pressurize them on purpose because this is so fun to watch.
5 minutes left in this shift. All right?
Airlock pressurizing.
There's no way this could backfire on me. Three, two, one, take off. I just love that so much. That is the best. It's a final countdown. Na, na, na.
Salvage deposit.
Na, na, na.
Applying credit.
All right.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Probably get rid of one of those, not the other one. Oh, failure to launch. That was a little less spectacular. I wonder if my cutting that one side caused it to, like, you know, turn sideways and get stuck.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Yeah, the old ones are still valid, but there are changes to some of the ships,
Salvage deposited.
and there are definitely improvements in our strategies since then. But the how-to side of it is still valid. Oh, tried to grab the wrong thing. Exactly, Jake. The weight distribution was off. Something like that may well have been the cause. But Rick, if you have any specific ship requests, I mean, this is a live stream. We take requests, so we can certainly do ships live as well. And I mentioned earlier, although a lot of people weren't in the lobby at the time, I don't think that I'm doing Hardspace next week, but I'm not done with Hardspace. I'm going to try to do something else next week. And I have a couple of things, a couple of ideas of other games that I can do like a one-off stream of. But I need to make sure that that I plan them out and that they will work well, you know, as a stream. Like I was sent a key to a new game earlier this week called Anvil Saga. And at first I thought about streaming it this Saturday, you know, today, as opposed to live Hardspace. But then I played it and realized that it's
Valuable object process.
would not be a good format. It's a cute little game, and I'll be publishing a review of it
Ship's almost done, Cutter.
probably next
1
week.
minute left.
But it's so early access that we would basically be sitting around talking about teachers and other things and not actually doing anything active in the game because it's so early access that there's not a lot of content in it right now. A little bit slow. Some potential and it's fun. But I could probably spend a live stream playing it, and we would do very little during the live stream. It would be very repetitious.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
So the reason the back half didn't explode is because we know how to avoid having it explode. It's because we've had it explode and we've learned why. In our previous live stream, the early access live stream through, there was an update, probably 0.5, where they added
Hello, Shipbreaker.
floating objects to the back of the heavy cargo, or pretty much all the geckos. And we found that out the hard way. That was a lesson that we only had to learn one time. And it immediately and irrevocably altered our strategy for how we do geckos. It was that catastrophic. First thing you do when you go inside a gecko is you go right to the core, to the reactor, and find whatever's floating back there and get it out of there. Because when you do the depressurization, it's going to bang into the fuel tanks or the fuel lines, and you're going to have a bad day. All right, let's see here. So normally we cut right here. We got away with cutting further back, but it was real awkward on the movement. We tried once to have more ship in one piece. We kept this attached, but it's so close to the furnace that it became problematic. So we are going back to our normal strategy of making the cut right here. Those are already detached, so we don't have to worry about them. I saw at least one aluminum piece on the port side. I don't see any on starboard. Starboard's probably clear to pull away. Tether it. I probably still have something to cut. That looks dislodged. Yeah, let's get this away first, right? And I know this is still attached, so I just wanted to pull away once we're inside so that we don't have to come back out. And there's aluminum on it. Retether it, and there's aluminum on it. There's a broken regulator, the one that we didn't pull off the wall. I feel like this should be moving now. You should be moving. Why are you not moving? You cannot tell me that coolant tank was just too heavy for the whole thing to move. I'm not buying it.
Salvage deposit accepted.
Okay, we're gonna try to shave this off while it's moving. Get rid of the glow so I can tell where I'm going. Oh. Trying to be exact and it's moving. Ah! Yes, I should just cancel the tether. Now I need to get closer. Still didn't get it. There we go. Nice, got all of it.
Material deposited. Account credit applied.
The javelins with the sealed chamber, there's no trick to it. There's literally no way into it. You have to blow it. There's no way to depressurize it in a controlled method. You're gonna get shards one way or another. I don't know why they maintained that, because originally javelins didn't have that sealed chamber. That was something they added later, and I don't understand why. Because it is the only instance in the game of a sealed chamber that there's no access to. I mean, there's plenty of scenarios where you have something you have to depressurize by force, but you cannot get into that chamber through any means of like opening a door. So it has to be a cut. It has to be a cut that's going to cause a weak point that's going to cause explosions, or breakage.
Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned. Valuable object.
Oh no, we lost the light.
Processing.
There goes our 100%. Okay. Did I cut the spine? Did not. All right. I'm gonna start fighting with this thing.
Warning. Fuel levels are low.
It's moved a little bit. We're not gonna fly our way in, we're gonna make a hole. If it hasn't gotten out of the way by then we'll go on the inside and we'll remove the computers, which will definitely free it up.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Come on out. That's enough. Moved yet? What? Why would it rock downwards when the tether is going up? I think it's always so uncooperative.
Object accepted for processing.
So it's clearly not attached to the computers on the inside, because it has moved.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
There were no posters in here. You can see it jittering up there. Making me a little nervous. I tried to remove that light that I literally had just removed.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
You know what? Let's actually add some things into here. You know, we have our pew pew method. Let's exploit it a little bit more and add some more objects into there. Let's see how much we can take advantage of this cockpit. Oh, nope, can't pull that. That would be the worst thing I could pull. Everybody inside. This is going to either be brilliant or it's going to be a gigantic mess. Probably the latter. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened, Rick. If you had the inner hull. Gecko inner hull exploded when it was the only thing left other than the radiation housing.
Hey, Cutter, you've got 5 minutes left in the shift.
There are,
Hope you're
I mean, there are
having
issues
fun.
with object collision. I think we've reasonably got everything we can get in there. Where once you release two objects that are attached to each other, they can violently come apart. So I'm guessing that's probably what you ran into. Why is it not letting me grab close to it? That's probably the scenario you ran into. There was probably stressors on the hull, and then when you released that stress by cutting the radiation housing away, it went all ape. Really shouldn't do, but it does do. Alright. I think we have as thoroughly stuffed everything we can in there. Now if we can just get this thing to cooperate and come free. There's nothing holding you on. All that inner stuff is detached. See, it's pulled away.
Tether supplies dropping.
I will use every tether necessary to get this thing off of there. I am determined to stick to our cool strategy.
Caution. No tethers remaining.
Yeah, don't get front. Exactly what I was thinking. I want to make sure I'm out of the way.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Fuel levels restored.
Oh, good grief. Oh, there we go. Cancel. Run away. The big object out.
Salvage secured.
All of you need to go back inside. Back inside. Everybody get in there. Join the party. Absolutely nothing can go wrong with cramming this many barge items in together.
Salvage destroyed. Please avoid damaging valuables.
Hello, Logan. I didn't really get it loose. I just put enough tethers on it that eventually it came loose on its own.
Cutter, there's 1 minute left till the end of the shift.
I tethered in different directions so that it would tug it and kind of wiggle it loose, I guess is the best I could say. It wasn't all just forward. Alright, we have 40 seconds left, so we're not going to do this
Credits awarded.
with time running out because that's a disaster waiting to happen. So let's free up some bottom plates for our last 20 seconds. It's a physics collision issue, and basically all you can really hope to do in that case is jostle it loose. You can cut the internal loose, and it will. That's the problem. Is it's the front little area of the cockpit is stuck in the hallway. It's running into it because it's such a tight fit, and which is why wrenching it loose typically works. I don't normally have to use that many tethers, usually 2 or 3 at the most. But that's what it's doing. It's running in. So if you did cut the cockpit free, it would come out a lot easier. And that's what I would have done if we didn't have our specific cockpit strategy that we use that required them to be separated.
Inspirational message. Make the most of your shift by fanning the tiny sparks of effort into flames of profitability.
Well, thanks for stopping in, Gavin. enjoy the VOD, and hopefully I'll see you next week on whatever it is that I'm streaming. Be it Hardspace or something else if I can find it. But we'll definitely come back to Hardspace even if we take a week off or so. Because we haven't retired yet, and we still have posters to find. So, sometimes pulling the consoles and pulling the things that are up in front will seem to free it up. But I think that it's not a matter of them colliding. Right, I had already removed it, but I had very carefully removed it so that I detached it and pulled it back. The act of removing it could have pushed it off because of a collision issue. So if I was, say it's stuck and I'm right here and I'm grabbing the object, when it comes free, I could have pushed it forward, and it's a light object pushing a heavy object, so it could cause it to come off, but it's because of a physics bug, not because it was actually attached. And it's something we try very hard to avoid. Alright. And stop it. Alright, so that's scooped everything up in the doorway. Thank you. Yeah, it's unintentional. Right, the front end should just come off cleanly. And it's just because it's such a tight fit around the front of the cockpit.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
That it just gets stuck.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Playing Operation there, I'm trying not to hit the wall, so I don't want to move the... chamber. Go smoothly. There's nothing left in it. Nice and clean, very nice, very nice. Now we get a pew pew. Look at all that barge stuff.
Deposit confirmed.
Pew!
Credit.
Okay, I knew better than to do that, but I did it anyway because it was fun.
Rewards allocated.
I know a couple other things went astray, but I don't think they went energetically astray enough to go out into space. Pew! Except for that regulator, apparently.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage deposit registered. Account credited. Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
We'll look for other stray things in a moment.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Yeah, we unnecessarily lost that regulator, but you know what? That's okay, because it was fun. I love doing the pew-pew.
Salvage registered. Transfer.
And we knowingly overloaded the cockpit by quite a bit. So that was a problem of our own creation.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
It was still cool. Yes, yeah. That's the best way I've found to remove a door. As low as you can, right across the bottom, will take the doors out nice and clean and with a minimal loss of material. You're going to lose some material no matter what because you have to cut it somewhere. I don't need to do that. I need to do this because that floor is going to have to come off. And that trick with the doors works on any kind of door. So like airlock doors and whatnot, just the thin line right across the bottom. We'll take them off nice and cleanly.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Of course, all doors have no real value to them, so you just skip cutting a door out entirely. It's not going to really hurt your your bottom line. But I like to when I can. Feels satisfying.
Valuable object.
Yes, definitely better than 4 to 6 cut. I know what you're talking about. You're trying to cut the radius around them. Way better. Plus, you lose a lot of material doing it that way. As few cuts as possible.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage registered.
2, 3.
Transferring credits.
I think that's all of them. I think we got.
Object
Yeah, we already got the other
for
2.
processing. Credits deposited.
Second heaviest asteroid in the game. Alright, so we need to get this aluminum panel off. We're just going to do a shallow cut back. Far back as we can. Shallow as we can.
Material accepted.
We lost 133 credits. So that's got to be from something else, though, because that wouldn't tell us from the cut. It's been aluminum and something else we sent in. It might have been the cut. Normally it doesn't tell us on those cuts. Normally it's just when we melt something. Alright, I think it's all the aluminum here. We just need to get this turned so that we can target those. We already detached the hoists. One of them. There was a second one somewhere.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
We'll stray across it. I don't think I've sent it into the barge. I do know we detached it. There it is. Trying to blend in with its surroundings.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Stay away from the
Salvage
furnace.
deposited. Applying credit to account.
Be clear. All right. Yeah, this is normally where we get that message of the aluminum being destroyed, is when we melt these cross beams. But see, that was 3,000. We only lost 133 on that shallow cut, so it was a good cut.
Deposit accepted for processing.
That was a lot of
5
money.
minutes left, Cutter, okay?
Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
That one's clear to go. Come on, turn. Turn before you break it. Okay, I got some blue. Bon voyage.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Got a straight shot to the barge. Organic side piece needs to hurry up and get out of my way. Look at it, make sure I didn't miss anything on it.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Object processed. Transferring credits.
Always remember to remove the cargo. I have many times forgotten to and had them just go right on in with the processor with the wall piece.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
You're gonna make it. It's barely moving. Yeah, there are some beams now that vaporize when we split saw them. Where it used to be, you could actually just cut the beam.
Object processed. Credits deposited.
And that's something new with 1.0. It's a mechanic that I don't particularly care for.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
All right, I think we got the front care of. We put everything into the cockpit. It's unusual.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Now we got a wide open ship and start getting all the back taken care of. Lean, mean, eating machine. I think that was the food sticker.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Not much time left, Cutter. 1 minute to go.
Credits deposited.
All right. Well, with only 1 minute to go, we can't do much here. I'm not going to release all 3 of these because just in case something we didn't notice happened to the coolant, then we can start a meltdown with 20 seconds left on the countdown timer, which is not a good idea.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
So we don't normally remove these, but we kind of goofed around with it last time and got time to kill, so. Woo! I got it just in time. Lost a regulator. Yeah, right. We sent one into space on accident. Not bad otherwise.
Hello, Shipbreaker.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah.
Overnight genetic backup
Get back to work.
complete. Pattern deviation nominal. Have a good day.
Hopefully that thruster cap made it in, because the... Yeah, as I say, the bay wasn't active.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Alright, since we've pre-pulled those, we're gonna go ahead and pull these out anyway. Even though we don't normally bother doing it. So all this goes to the processor, the same as the back part. We normally leave it attached. Pull the thrusters out when we pull away the back. We'll just leave the last one.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
Ah, too far forward. This may not be movable yet, because I probably haven't detached the spine at the bottom. Yeah, this whole area is still here. Doesn't hurt to pre-tether though. And if the spine detached all the way. Yeah, looks like it. Alright. Getting a little tap so it doesn't bounce into anything. Down and away. There we go. Burn it.
Tether supplies running low.
Alright. Only 5 tethers left. It's a good time to start messing with the reactor.
Processing valuable.
What can go wrong?
Credits transferred.
That's how I normally deal with the thrusters.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited. Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Yeah, the back end came out more easily than usual, although it seems to be a little crooked. One tether left. What can we waste our one tether on? I see a top piece that we did not send.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
There goes our last tether.
Caution. Out of tethers.
Salvage registered. Transferring
Brakes!
Welcome to Vendidron.
deposit accepted for processing.
We can cancel those and start moving the whole thing. Probably break it apart later. Oh, we don't want it to turn that way. It's a bit high. We don't want this bottom part turning into the... like that right there. We don't want that happening. Oh, this is going all wrong. Go up and over, please. Up and over. Okay. That's a little bit better. Where is the coolant pipe that we don't want to cut? There it is. Bottle there too. Clear my way.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
That thing's exploding.
Salvage deposit registered.
Jake, no
Account
explosions.
credited.
No. Nothing explodes. Don't say that. And everything went fine, and they lived happily ever after.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
All right. Be clear now. Oh, why did I cut it along those lines? And remain in one piece. Now here's where everything explodes if we do it wrong. Whew. I'm on the brakes, it's still dragging me forward. Come on. Come on. Pipe's so heavy. There we go, nice and clean. 5 minutes left. I thought we were going to wrap it up on this shift. Not at this rate, we're not. Get in gear here. Away from the ship. Thank you.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credit.
5 minutes left, Cutter. You know what you're doing? Okay.
I think everything else is prepped, though.
Credits deposited.
Probably the slowdown is going to be the outer hull that we haven't split. It's moving slow. Get in the zone here. We can get most of this done. 4.5 minutes. Do not like where the back half has lined itself up at.
Salvage deposit registered.
And cancel any tethers that are left. This is not good, so we're going to split this. Fortunately, that's going to get in my way. Exactly where I needed to not be. Boop. Away. Get under it. 3 minutes. Forward. Pipe goes in there.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
I'm going to flip that around, get it away from the furnace. Minutes 40. We should have everything out of here already. Consoles. No consoles. That's done. No consoles. I know we still have the generator on it. That's done. That was a bad tether.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Speed this up a
Object
bit.
accepted for processing. Credits deposited. Salvage goals fully completed. Rewards assigned.
The other, I hope the other half went in. You, sir, need to go in there.
Credits awarded.
Not gonna make it. All that debris is gonna be little aluminum pieces.
Raw material deposit.
All right, Cutter. Time to wrap it up, okay?
And the fuses. So it's
1
right there.
minute left.
Nothing major. Nothing major. I did it. Of course we did it. That's how it works when you focus. Every now and then I get a show I know how to play this game. All right. I don't think there's any gray left, so there shouldn't be anything floating. Oh. Yeah, I did. I lost the pipe structure last session, I think. When the whole pipe flipped backwards and went into the furnace. Oh, it was so annoying. 15 million, nice. 98.8. Yeah, I was very mindful of that when I sent that pipe in to make sure that to make sure it wasn't going to repeat that.
Cutter 9346-52. Your designated sleep period
When
is
the
now
time
over.
I lost all the
Have
piping,
a great day.
I had left the thruster stuff attached to it, thruster piping as well. And so it was extra long, and that was what caught the furnace and flipped it back the other way. I cut it off this time. Normally I cut it off. I was being cheeky last time when I did that. And I will probably do it again when the opportunity arises, but that was kind of the difference. Alright, come on. Where's the javelin tanker? There it is. Oh, it's a medium. That's a large, but it's a hazard 8. Alright, we're going to back out and back in and cycle our chips. Because I want a tanker next. We have time. There weren't any posters in that ship, in the Gecko. Doesn't really surprise me. I don't think we see posters very often in the heavy cargo Gecko. I think what Gecko we see it in. I don't. Station hopper, maybe? Doesn't seem right. That's where you would expect them, but I don't. I feel like we've seen posters in one that has the cockpit on the starboard side, which is the heavy cargo. The trash
Hello,
gazer.
Shipbreaker. Please enjoy this inspirational message. The last 10% of a job takes as much energy
Trash gazer
as
has
the
the
first 90%,
cockpit
which is why
on
it's so important to
starboard,
always give
not on port side.
110%.
I think I said it wrong before. I think where we've seen them is on port side. The left side. Come on. Would you cooperate with the ship list, please? Oh, they even took away the Hazard 8 one. Oh, we want to challenge ourselves. Specific thing I want to test out. Trying to think of where else we've seen. Yeah, I've been getting the same posters for. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like I said, I haven't made an effort to look on external sites or forums to see if they removed any posters. I don't know why they would have. I mean, I know that the Union poster that we're not finding, I think we only saw it twice during our entire previous live stream, and that was 135 hours or so of playtime. So it was super rare. And we got that one, I'm pretty sure, out of a Gecko.
It's time to begin your workday.
The other poster, the other female personality poster, I don't know where we found it. There we are. It's a Ferro Rojo. Very nice. In fact, I don't remember what the other female poster is. I think it's Callista Polson, the CEO of Lynx Corp? I'm not positive. Alright, low fuel, we're on a
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your
Fuel levels restored.
clock for this one, so I'm out of charges. No wonder I can't switch to the charges. This is starting out swimmingly.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Like, why won't it let me switch? I always make sure I have a clean cut through. These ion rings traditionally have been so easy to destroy. But I've had the stinger cut through them after cutting through the cut point. Are in a hole, so I always take the extra second to make sure I have nothing behind them. And that includes not the fuel tanks in the background, because I have blown them up too by shooting straight through. Let's save ourselves a second by
Airlock depressurizing.
flipping that. Something else we could probably do is go through here and retether but those won't get stuck on the clamps. Try to tether them kind of away from the ship a little bit. That should actually save us a little bit of time if it goes right.
Transferring credits.
And I just about hit the fire button on accident when I was repositioning my hand. I would have set that whole thing off. I normally try not to have my cutter selected when I'm pointing at things that go boom. Hardly because I know my finger twitch every now and then and press the button unnecessarily, unintentionally. Roll this.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Give that a little bit of push off of the its clamps. That one up off the roof. Ooh, that felt like a bad cut.
Deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Angles off a little bit.
Airlock depressurizing.
It's off the
Salvage
clamps.
secured.
Where are you
Account
going?
credit applied.
Off the clamps. Have time to go down there and move you manually.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage goal obtained. Additional rewards assigned. Salvage secured. Applying credit.
I think that's all of them. That guy over there seems to be doing something silly he shouldn't be doing. Come back around here, get a tether on this ring. That tether will expire at some point.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Race to the back.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Fire in the hole. Retether.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage goal met. Rewards will be paid.
Airlock pressurizing.
Little blocks attached.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
I'll have to see what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about. I'll have to examine it as we go by. I think you're talking about the ones on the outer ring, but we're doing this challenge. We gotta.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credit transferred.
Get out of our way, please.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
You out of there. I need you. Cancel tethers. Oh, this was not a double ion. I just realized it. We didn't have a back ion ring. That's going to cut into our profits.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Caution. Tethers depleted.
Oh, no, no, not depleted.
Welcome to Venditron 9000. Have a nice day.
Since we're here, we're gonna do this right now.
Airlock pressurizing.
Come on. Open the door. Your regulator? Regulator? No regulator? Alright. Do not close this door in my face. What did I just say? I said, do not close the door in my face.
Airlock pressurizing.
Okay, it looks like...
Airlock pressurizing.
Alright. That did it. Fuses, fuses, fuses. 2, 3, come on. Cycle faster than that. Three. Yeah. I needed to cut this before I did that. That was an oversight. So, we're gonna do damage by pulling this early and disabling all of our doors that we need to be able to interact with. – 2,
airlock depressurizing.
So this is going to cause us problems in the future.
5 minutes left in this shift. All right?
Would you please go to the barge?
Salvage
Really
secured.
not
Credits deposited.
big ask.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
Yeah, so you
Salvage deposit.
can't open that
secured.
now.
Credits awarded.
Taking the power out. Really need you to get in there because I need
Object processed. Transferring credits.
to be able to cancel tethers. Okay, he's in far enough. Cancel.
Deposit accepted for processing. Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Can't stick around to monitor that. Gotta get the ECU out. Normally I'd rather take that radiation housing out, but I don't have time. We're gonna go to the back wall. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I can't use a tether because I have tethers I don't want to cancel.
Salvage destroyed. Please refrain from damaging salvage. Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
That's pretty much all the high value things that we have access to right now.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
And the cockpit is pressurized, so we can't just cut our way in.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
That is all one piece. I didn't think that was one piece. Yeah, I didn't think so. Move on. We want points.
You watching the clock, Cutter? You've got 1 minute left.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Get in there. I'm riding the rails.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
In front of me. Thank you.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Off the rim.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Oh. $19.4, nice. I think we did 18.7 last time, and that was with double ion rings. So we got cheated out of an ion ring, but we did use that time. I mean, we'd get more if we had double ions, because the ions don't really tie us up too much. Cutting them free is the time but taken, but the rest of it's just tether and letting it go. But it usually does kind of get in our way a little bit on the pullback. Man, we really got a lot turned in on that one. I feel good about that. We almost got 20 million. 19.4. We got the reactor, that's the big one. We got 4 airlock consoles. I think that was all of them on the outside. Of course, now we have to live with the problem we created ourselves, because we pulled the power generator early, and we have doors that were closed. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't really keep track of the chat. So yeah, the empty clamps, correct. The clamps are barge items, and if there is a clamp with nothing on it, you still want to cut the clamp off and turn it in. That's correct.
Good morning.
I don't know if I've seen a Hazard 9 ship
52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message.
that wasn't
the greatest
full
reward in life is the chance to work hard
full
at
containers.
work worth doing.
The earlier or lower hazard ones, sometimes they'll have empty rings. We also still have not seen a tanker Javelin with the coolant tanks on them since 1.0 came out. That should be depressurized now. It is. All right. Which, considering how many of these we've done, is really starting to make me suspicious that they took out the coolant tanks.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Because we know that they reworked the Javelins, right? The fuel tanks now are one large object with two. That got busted during the depressurization. The fuel tanks are now one large object with two connect points instead of 3 individual tanks. There's one in the posters. The ships are randomized. That is correct. We don't always know exactly what we're going to get when we start one, which is why we were surprised at not. Why am I trying to remove that? The connections aren't at the bottom anymore. Which is why we didn't know ahead of time that we weren't going to have 2 ion rings on this one, because that's one of the random variants of these ships.
Raw material deposited.
For example. And of course there's other
Valuable
lesser variations, like where there will be a
deposited.
radiation housing and things like that.
Secured. Applying credit.
Features that are on walls, like air filters and the like.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
I'm talking about there is at least in before 1.0,
Salvage secured. Account credit
there was a
applied.
variant of the Javelin tanker where instead of having gigantic fuel tanks all around it, they had gigantic white balls that were coolant containers. And we haven't seen a single one of them since 1.0 came out. It was random what the cargo, what kind of fluid container would be on the ship.
Deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
The picture always showed, even before this version, the picture always showed fuel tankers on them, but it didn't always have fuel tankers. You couldn't tell by the picture what it was going to be on it.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
And we are salvaging this out of order. We got more of our outer hull in than we normally do. That was part of why we got so much money out of it. We get a pretty good set of outer hull turned in. Is this pressurized? It is. Oh, now it's lopsided. So let's see if it doesn't take off well. Yeah, so, I mean, we had less out of the way, but it took off at an angle, which would support the observation or the hypothesis from last time that the mass distribution was off because of cutting one of the cut points ahead of time. This one didn't get stuck because part of the wall was already out of the way, but it didn't fly up straight the way they normally would. That did make some distance, didn't it? Yeah, I know you called it. Yeah, it's correct. The game didn't call them coolant hauler. There was no distinction. They were just heavy tankers, javelin heavy tankers. Although they don't put the word heavy in the description. But it's the ones with the it's the 3-ring variant. Inner ring. Those are the heavies. Counter turn this so that it doesn't catch on the room. Cancel. Little love tap there. Run away from the furnace. And send it. Is that pressurized? It is. But we're almost getting to the point to where we might, at some point, just start loading all of the, just going through the menu of all of the heavy tankers, and just load them to see if we could find one with coolant on it, and abandon if it's not, just to try to verify that they are in fact a thing still.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account. Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded. Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
I know that we still haven't collected the actual radiation filter off this one yet. We'll get it in a moment here. We'll still have one more beam to cut on the other side anyway.
Valuable objects processed. Credits awarded. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
So Rick, so you're saying you've seen them, so that's good to know that they're still. I thought it would be really weird that they would have removed it, and they were uncommon before, but they weren't this uncommon.
Material deposited. Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Here's my least favorite part of these ships, getting these nanocarbon beams freed. Did not feel like a good cut. I don't think it was. I don't think this side over here was good.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
I'll be surprised if this one comes off. It does not come off. That wasn't a good cut right there.
Deposit accepted for processing.
I don't think. Yeah, if you're saying that you're not sure if playing in no timer mode was a difference, I don't. I agree. That doesn't.
Material
I think that makes a difference in the ship selection.
Cutter? Got about 5 minutes left till you're done for the day.
I already didn't feel good about that. Oh, come on. Seriously. How is this one not coming free? Both sides of those should be really good. These both look like good cuts. Let's see where they're broken. That one's stuck on that side.
Processor deposit accepted.
That one's stuck on that
Credits
side.
awarded.
Now I'm stuck on it myself. Let me around it. That's why I don't bother trying to cut those pieces off. It usually just evaporates like that. Or vaporizes. Just lost material. I knew that wasn't going to be any good.
Object accepted for
Right.
credits deposited.
Everything is so cuttable here. That's. Gotta be careful. Door handle should already be gone. Verify anyway. way is down, that way is down.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
A little disoriented there, just for a moment. Forgot to flip back over. Where's the other ring at?
Secured. Applying credit.
There it is.
Valuable object accepted.
All right, time to start applying way too many demo charges. Iron hole.
Almost done, Cutter. 1 minute left.
The radio signal between the detonator and the charges was interrupting the radio. I don't think I can get all of these placed in time. Definitely cannot. Maybe if I stood in the distance and chucked them all at it. Yes, I mean, in space there's no up, but if you subscribe to the Ender's Game strategy, then there is. The goal is always down. So in this case, the barge is always down.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Your allocated shift time will be...
Ender's Game, by the way, was an excellent movie based off of a book. I think they did fine translating the book into a movie. The actor they got for Andrew Wiggins was excellent. Ender, and of course Harrison Ford being in a movie is always a win.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
Great story. It's a book I recommend, or at least the movie if you haven't seen it. Really, really good story.
Warning. Fuel
Processing
levels are
object.
low.
Applying credit to account.
But in reference for it, for anyone who hasn't seen it or read it, there is a space school, space college, where they're training space soldiers essentially, and they're all children, and they have a game that they play, which is basically a battle arena
Object
in zero G.
Transferring credits.
And the protagonist makes the statement because you're trying to get, the goal of it is to get one of your teammates through the opposing goal without them being shot. It's a big combat arena. And he makes a statement early on that the enemy goal is down, so that the whole team can better communicate direction since there is no up or down in space. And it's a reference that gets made later on in the movie. Book and movie. Oh, that's still pressurized, isn't it? Oh, it is. I hope I cut this before I try to shoot it. See, that got rid of the whole beams. That is so annoying. See, that didn't happen on the other ones. The other ones just cut. So it's definitely an inconsistency in the construction of these ships. So we know, and they've stated before, that the ships are handcrafted. There isn't a editor. They piece them together one piece at a time, so you can have behaviors that are different on different parts of ships or between different ships because it's not an editor that made them. Not a unified outcome. Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have cut further back, but the point is that we cut the same place that we did on all the other beams, and those are the only beams that vaporized. Although I think if we cut further back, it still would have happened. Don't lose any regulators, please.
Credits awarded.
We didn't prep the... Well, no, there wouldn't be any regulators because it was just the airlock that was still pressurized. Posters, posters, posters! No new posters! Why do they have a bunch of the same poster on the wall? I had posters on my wall as a teenager. I didn't have tons of the same poster. I think we're detached on all points. Looks good. Oh, I gotta deal with this. I think that there's just something about living in the future that we don't yet understand.
Valuable object processed.
You know, maybe those posters are made by a famous architect, and everyone on the ship owns their own copy. You know what? I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it. I want to move this out first.
Deposit accepted.
Tell them free after it's been removed. I mean, we make a lot of assumptions about the future, right? Maybe the hip thing is as many of the same posters as you can get. Maybe they're really expensive posters and having multiple of the same expensive poster is a flex. Look, we can afford 3 of this poster. Right in our ship. It might be part of the recruiting pitch for working on this javelin. Don't work on other javelins. We have 3 of the poster. We must be doing something right. I definitely didn't do something right on this one because this won't come off either way. That's bad.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
Alright. Still no good. Why did I do it from that angle?
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
Yeah, let's do this hard here.
Material deposited. Account credit applied. Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Warning. Fuel levels are critical.
Oh yeah, this is a fantastic. I thoroughly enjoy playing this game. I put so many hours into this game. I definitely got my money's worth out of it. And yeah, I've made a lot of references, dating references that illustrate that I've got a lot of gaming experience from the past. I've been around. I had an Atari 2600. In fact, the Atari, my first encounter with Atari 2600 is what set me on the path to be a computer person. I still remember my first encounter with Atari 2600. It was on display. It was on display at a county fair. They had it in a tent. And it was so cool. I don't know what's going on here. Let's just split these up. Sure. And I remember playing it at the county fair and going, this is my future right here.
5 minutes left, Cutter, okay?
I also came away from that county fair with a bunch of glasses from winning at ring toss. I was really good at it. And my grandparents made me give one away to a friend of theirs that was with them because they couldn't win. We talked last week about things that you don't realize that people will, remember, things that are trivial to you. And that you never know what someone else is going to remember about even a casual interaction. And that would be one of the things. I remember being a little child at a county fair and having to give away one of the glasses that like champagne glasses, what they were.
Welcome to Venditron 9000. Thank you for your purchase.
Fuel levels restored.
Had to give one to an adult. My grandparents told me to. I was like, they need to go win their own. I shouldn't have to give away one of my champagne glasses because someone else sucks at this. I was little, really little.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
And I think they were like alcohol themed, like Budweiser, you know, something. You know, there was always labels on them of some sort. I don't remember what they were. I didn't have any use for them. Just doing it to show that I could win.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Yeah, the Atari 2600 was my first electronic gaming thing.
Material accepted. Credits
I-
transferred.
I knew some people who had a what was it? They call them Trash 80s, TRS 80s, something like that. I think we're playing around on that a little bit. In fact, that machine is the reason is how I learned to spell the word system. Because you had to type the word system. It was like the first word you had to type when you were at the command prompt. I mean, system isn't a hard word to learn. Isn't a hard word to say. Isn't a hard word to spell, but I typed it so much that I remember that being how I learned to spell that word. But I never owned one. That was ahead of me.
All right, Cutter. Time to wrap it up, okay? 1 minute left.
I did own a Commodore 64, obviously, because who didn't? Tether, I don't think you're dragging that through.
Deposit accepted for processing. Salvage
Still
deposit
miss my
confirmed.
Commodore 64 and often think about getting another one.
Salvage deposited.
And then I remind myself that there are emulators out there, and I don't even play the emulators, so why would I play with a Commodore 64? I'd put it together, I'd goof around with it one time, and then it would just end up getting not used. I don't remove the battery packs because if you remove the table, it leaves the entire console as one unit. And as you'll notice, I didn't grab. I barely even touched the consoles because the longer you hold on to them, the it's going to break them apart. So I touched them as little as possible just to give them a little bit of a nudge so they can get on the other side of them and fire them to the barge without actually grappling them.
Good morning,
And it's so that
Shipbreaker.
we don't get
This
things
is
like
your
battery
daily
packs
wake-up
coming off of
call.
them. The battery packs therefore never become detached and won't create a firestorm or electrical storm. The only thing that you really have to worry about with battery packs are the bunk beds that have battery packs on them, because tethering the bed will throw the battery pack off, and that can cause a electrical storm. Those are the ones that I'll typically try to remove manually. You probably are grabbing the comp. Well, I mean, yeah, probably grabbing the comp. But even if you're not, even if you're grabbing the electrical,
Deposit secured.
the
Credits awarded.
battery pack, it can still come off, and it's because it's so light. It's super easy if you move at all while you're peeling it off. Like that moved even though I didn't move. That can bump into something and also cause a spark.
Salvage deposit accepted.
It has
Credit
virtually no
claimed.
mass to it. So if I can leave it attached to something, I do. Would you go out that doorway, please? Oh, don't come back in. Go out. Out. All right. I think there is a computer room in maybe the Echo Station Hopper that might have battery pack on the side of one of the consoles there that does have to come apart. It's not on a table. That's another one that you have to be careful about. You definitely don't. In that case, you don't want to tether the... Because I'll go through and I'll tether the computer terminals together to get them all off the walls. You don't want to do it there because when it comes off, it can throw the battery pack. And you can lose an entire room to that. They are the thing that needs to be handled with kid gloves. But where possible, you don't want to handle them at all.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Pew pew pew! There's no way that was everything that I pushed out. There we go.
Salvage accepted.
I'll come back for that.
Applied.
Alright, one last pass to make sure we haven't missed anything. Grab a light for the heck of it. One of those.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
I like flying around inside of a room while it's being dragged into the furnace. Nothing bad ever happened there.
Raw material deposited.
Collectible. Fair amount of gray. Nothing missed it. Oh, I think we're good. It's got to be all the... I was traveling. That must have been the one who just sent.
Raw material accepted.
Alright, that was a pretty good ship. I said we did what, 19.4 as our first shift? I think that's probably our record for a first shift Javelin. And considering that it didn't have a second ion ring, I think that was surprisingly good. It makes me wonder if does that second ion ring slow us down enough that we make more money without it?
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Lynx mandates
I don't
a
feel like
maximum
that's
of 8
true,
hours
but
of sleep. Any extra
those
sleep
ion
time
rings are worth
will
a
be
lot of
docked
money.
from the next pay cycle.
But if that's the case, then like maybe the back ion ring is slowing us down enough that we cut the bottom one off and not the top one. We'd have to come both off, but we'd pull the bottom one straight down to the barge and not try to pull the other one around. Maybe just pull it up to get it out of the way and then just not waste our time with it. Or maybe we pull it later after we get all the back taken out. That way we get to the reactor faster. Because we definitely got to the reactor more quickly on that run because we didn't have to deal with that back ion ring, the one that's here in the picture. This guy right here should have been in our way. And it wasn't. Alright. We're doing an efficient run today, so let's... we should look for more posters. What was the ghost ship? Can't go salvage runner. I don't think that'd be entertaining. I want to do another javelin right in a row, but we don't normally do the heavy cargoes as a time run because they don't have the ion rings. Not really moved by our selection here. You know, maybe we do an XLF. Well, it's only grade 8. There's a grade 9. Let's burn out a quick Exo Lab because we haven't been doing them and they're not nearly as bad as they used to be. I don't think. And I don't remember if there are posters on the inside of them. We haven't been doing them. I don't think there is because it's normally full of electronics. I think we've only done maybe like 2 Exo Labs this entire playthrough. Also, we can see if this is one of them that we can hold the whole front together as one piece. See, this whole thing is attached. See, right there is holding... I think this part was right here will still come off. That is attached to this, so maybe this will be... Maybe this ship is a better configuration for keeping as much of the front together as we can as one piece with our new strategy. And of course we leave these... we leave these on until we start to separate sides.
Credits awarded.
That doing? Nope, grade 2. This one we do not leave. And for those who aren't familiar with it, we leave these two here because we've had issues with using the demo charges on those and it pushing the ship upwards and throwing everything out of whack. And so we don't... Even though normally we take everything off the exterior we can at the beginning, this is an instance where we don't. And we could cut them free. Actually, we are going to cut them free. That was a suggestion from somebody. Because it gets kind of in the way of us removing these bottom plates. It's just, this way we don't have to be as delicate about removing those bottom plates. Why is there a tether up to here? What? What are you holding on to? Okay, so we've tethered a space ghost to the barge. Space ghost!
Airlock depressurizing.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Airlock depressurizing.
We have a... Oh, we can't even get to the cockpit without removing one of these. So I guess this is what we're doing.
Air pressure level decreasing.
By the way, Jake, your Atari 800 with the tape backup. When I first had a Commodore 64, I just had the tape drive. I didn't even have a disk drive. Talk about slow load times. Super slow. And that's saying something, because even when you got, finally got the disk drive, that was slow too. I remember doing my homework while playing games because I had so much time between load times for things. Like, alright, game is loading the next stage. Time to do homework. So I did close the door as expected to the cockpit, so we're gonna have to... So we couldn't get to the cockpit. I probably should have gotten in there and taken the regulator out of it. I just didn't want to remove those doors. That's the mindset of back before we had regulators at all. Don't remove anything. That is correct. Those are not airlock doors. They do not seal it. Which is why there's also no, you can't get through them, otherwise you have to remove them. There's no door handle on them.
Valuable object accepted for processing. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Here, and turn the switch. Thruster out of here.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit. Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
One of these days I'm gonna raid that ship that's blocking our sunlight. Salvage it. Against their will.
Secured. Applying credit.
And, okay, the exterior is depressurized. Roof off. And a bright light.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
Oh, we got a door to the outer hull, right there behind the terminals.
Tether supplies are low.
Oh, apparently that was one terminal unit tethered to itself.
Deposited. Applying credit to account.
That was a waste. We don't want to take that.
Salvage deposit registered.
While the lights are on.
Account credited.
Airlock is pressurized.
Airlock depressurizing.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
That is a door. Salvage. For like $300.
Valuable object processed.
Oh, $900. Wow.
Credits deposited.
Where did the other half of it go? Nudge it up. Where'd it go? There it is.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
I'm kind of annoyed that we can no longer remove these cable junctions with the grappler. I'm wondering if... I'm going to try something that we haven't done before. First, I'm going to clean all this up. So the bunk beds, here we are. The bunk beds have a battery pack on sometimes. These are the one thing, this is the one time I remove the battery pack. I do so very gingerly.
5 minutes left to get your work done.
Because I can
Okay,
bang into
Hannah?
things.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Back it out carefully so it doesn't bang on anything.
Salvage goal reached. Rewards assigned.
Any more waiting to ambush us? I don't see any more. There's a terminal on that one. Would you get out of the way? I'm trying to draw a tether. Terminals aren't dangerous, so just make sure they don't get away. Alright. Get all this junk through out. Please move. Don't have to go home, you just can't stay here.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Alright, now we can actually maneuver in this space. I feel like there was a lot more here before, so there's probably a bunch of stuff floating around.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Hey, we have light again.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Really feel like there should be stuff floating around like that terminal. Did we send the terminal in? I don't think so. I thought we just detached it. Huh. Oh, there's a crate. Another thing. Alright, well, it'll turn up if it's out there.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
Alright, we can get into that wall. We cannot get into this wall. Been depressurized while the ship is still heavy enough to not go flying around like a bottle rocket.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Oh, no arcing. No, 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 no.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to
Don't
account.
start this. I get them all out before I can remove that.
Salvage secured.
Oh, they're still lit. There's another one somewhere. Oh, there's the whole ship full of them. That's right. I guess gotta do it. Oh,
1 minute left, Cutter.
yeah, starting electrostorm right next to the reactor. That is a great idea.
Applying credit.
No! No! What else can go wrong?
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
That electrostorm can still make its way through the wall. We normally don't detach these, but I need it out of here. I think it's stopped.
Material deposited.
I was worried that was going to detach and then work its way down through all the power cells. That could have gone bad. Still a 0% loss. It's really good for a mackerel because any tiny little thing is a high percentage on a mackerel. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to remove the entire wall segment as one piece. And then position it to a better position to where we can start removing all of the junction points.
The only P's permitted in the salvage yard are profit, processor, and potassium trifluoromethane sulfonate.
You think the console's going to miss the barge? We'll see. I will definitely be looking for it. But I thought I got a good shot off this before it ended. There it goes. Nope, I made it. Never doubt.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I did just beat the bell on it, that's for sure.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Alright, so the thing, I want to try to remove the entire wall as one unit, like the way we normally do with all the other mackerels, but obviously can't send it straight into the processor. Get it depressurized. But I think we can get it into a more controllable situation to where we can dismantle it more cleanly and not have such a mess. But it's kind of playing it by ear. extra careful here because one bad cut will set the entire place off. How did I miss that? Question is, can I even get around them? Maybe. No, there's no way I can get past those. Fortunately, we have extended range on our stinger. Because nothing bad has ever happened by using our stinger too close to something. I think that was the entire wall. Oh, this is not good. The wall is moving, and it just closed off my path to get through. Move enough to... Okay. I don't know why the wall decided to move, but it shut down that tiny little crawl space that we had to get through.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Alright, so I think we're going to try... spin the wall.
Caution. No tethers. Please refill supply.
Why do we always run out of tethers when we're experimenting?
Welcome to Vendatron 9000.
I'm not entirely sure where I want this. But it's away from the frame, and we're not stuck inside trying to be right up in our face trying to cut all these things free.
Applying credit.
So I think this is going to make this a little bit easier. Not really sure how we want to go about.
Salvage deposit registered.
I think this is how we're going to do it. Because now we can't grapple pull these. And this is going to save us the extra step of manually pulling the power cells off and then having to go back and cut these. I think they changed the solar cell so you no longer can cut it on accident the way you used to be able to. Oh, that detached itself. That used to be stuck to the back of this. That's nice. Self-detaching. Alright, so in theory, right, we can... where do we want to get this out?
Material accepted. Credits
do that.
assigned.
Put that knocking things around on the way.
Processing
Like
value
I just did.
deposit. Credits awarded. Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
I don't want to tether these straight to the processor because I don't want it to turn and then fling everything. So I want to give it a little love tap so it flies straight, relatively straight. garbage floating in
Valuable
space.
object processed. Credits awarded.
This changes our strategy for that piece a little bit, but we're okay. Get stuff away from it.
Raw material processed. Credits deposited.
Have a clear path.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Initiate the tug of war. Fire in a hole. Yeah, I was a little late on that.
Salvage
Why are you pulling me across the yard?
Credits awarded.
Here, go that way. Alright, so I mean, it was a little bit easier getting all that stuff out. I don't know if it's going to make the cleanup any easier, but it's away from the
Salvage
bulk of the
secured.
ship, so
Credit applied.
I think that if we can just get all the little power cells out of the way, we can just bulk fire everything into the furnace. Kind of what I'm aiming for here.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Trying to find a way of making this cleanup easier than it normally is.
Salvage secured. Credits
Nope,
deposited.
don't go anywhere.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Any other power cells? Pew pew everything into the furnace. Stray Tetris piece that tried to get away. I said it was way cleaner than normal. I don't think that I grabbed the thing I thought I grabbed. Nope. Oh, did I cut too far? Okay, so I did cut a cut point, I think, right here that we didn't want to cut, but that's okay because we still have that one up there.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Five minutes left, Cutter. You know what you're doing? Okay.
This one I'm not going to be able to sneak under because we got this stuff in the way. Yeah. Try this again. I think maybe a better angle like this. Maybe that. Feels a little bit better. Alright, that's probably the last one because we saw movement.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Try pulling it away instead of rolling it upwards this time. Don't be in a hurry. Not like we got, you know, a timer or anything.
Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
That looks good.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Feels so dangerous. I think the time I have to spend trying to aim it cleanly is not worth it. Oh, we're just using the stinger. I want to detach this before I cut that. I don't know that I don't know if cutting that would cause a problem. I mean, I don't think so, because now we're no longer cutting the cable. It used to be that you had to cut the cable off. But if it's just detaching itself, then I don't think that's an issue anymore. Stop it.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Another top this time first. So the tug of war goes up instead of down. Turn hole. Yeah, that's better. That way that piece didn't end up below the
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
below the processor.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
This does feel a little bit cleaner, a little bit smoother doing it this way.
Deposit accepted for processing.
Cutter, there's 1 minute left till the end of the shift.
That one got a little bit carried away. I think we get, yeah, clean departure there. We should be fine. Doesn't matter too much if it jostles a little bit when you free it up, as long as you can remove it like that.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Excellent.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Well, have a good evening then, Rickster, if you're cutting out. Thank you very much for joining us. And there will be more Hardspace streams. Again, probably not next Saturday, or the one after that. Again, I'm going to try to stream something different from Hardspace next week, but if it doesn't work out, then I will stream Hardspace. Because we got plenty more to play on this. But yeah, definitely thanks for coming out. And hope to see you in a future episode.
9346-52. All the team at
Future
Lynx would like to
stream.
wish you a happy and productive
I don't
day.
think of these as episodes. Although I guess I do call them episodes. It's not very episodic. Ichthyologist.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
Ew. Ew. Actually, after this stream, I still have about half of a Satisfactory episode to record. I do not have tomorrow's episode ready. It's been a episode has required a lot of off-camera work. A long time to make. I know I hit my head on stuff, and there are stuff that's been scattered. Pretty sure there's at least one, if not more, power cells. There's one.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
There's a cable up there. That was our helmet. Something malfunctioning there. That didn't come from this side. Maybe that was everything. That cleaned up way easier. I think we're onto something for a new process for doing these. Yeah, that is exactly what the scanner was.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Acting up.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Alright, so we want to get the front off. We should have the power off, right?
Salvage deposited. Applying
Yep.
credit to account.
Oop. Not supposed to send them in a straight line, supposed to do it at an angle so that they'll orbit each other.
Credits. Salvage
It's a little dangerous, I could have broke both of them. Alright. So, removing this whole thing as one unit.
Warning. Fuel levels are
Salvage
critical.
secured.
Return to
Account
the
credit
master
applied.
Oh, this is not gonna have a easy way of not setting these off. Okay. In theory, this is all one unit that we can remove now. Nice and careful, don't get caught on the coolant. That is satisfying. It was a great observation that we could do that.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
You know, if we get far enough back, we can get... There we go. All one line. Does make it a pain to get the glass out. Alright. Alright, now did any of this come free? No, I think we managed to... stop it! Stop it! That is... that not attached? I mean, I know it all goes to the same place, but I thought... Oh, okay, so it's attached to itself, but this bracket is not attached to that bracket. I think that's the case. No, yeah, see, it's breaking right here at this joint. That should be one piece. That doesn't seem intentional. I mean, obviously it doesn't harm it either way, because it's all going in as one piece anyway, but... Nice.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
I don't know how that glass doesn't shatter when I slam it into that wall. Alright, fine, we'll go get fuel.
Secured. Applying credit.
Welcome to Venditron.
Everyone being quiet, they got their bingo cards out.
Fuel levels restored.
Alright, anything left on the interior that needs to be removed? Look like it, just the housings. They're gonna be a pain because they're against that wall right there. Shamelessly destroy that light because we don't care about them. No clean way of removing this wall. Even if we melt this. Let I get this cut across here. The mass has not changed. It'll help that this keeps moving while I'm trying to line these cuts up. Alright, we'll come back to that. In position, we can just take care of.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
I really like sending those twin bins out like that.
All salvage goals complete.
It's like throwing a javelin through the cockpit. We can see space all the way through it, and yet it's still attached. Oh, there it's not. There we go. Oh, it's that one beam that... sneaks its way onto there. Alright.
Five minutes left in the shift, Cutter, okay? Okay.
Okay. He never knows what to say. Or DD trying to be a foreman. All she wants to do is cut up ships. All right, I think that's everything. Door handles. That is a broken fuel
Process
canister.
Applying credits to account.
Good on that side. We got the door handle from in here. Yep. Don't even need to tether this. It's like a starship.
Material accepted. Credits
Charging up the warp drive. Mini me. That was a relatively painless mackerel. I do like our little experimental strategy there. I don't necessarily think it means we're going to start doing them every other ship, but it definitely felt like a better than usual mackerel. Specifically a Exolab. $98.8. A little bit of gray there. We cut that much. It might have been, because on the mackerels, again, even the smaller cuts are a higher percentage. So we've a little bit of time to squeeze one more small ship in. I'm thinking maybe a Atlas Scout.
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
And then call it. Plus, I mean, we haven't done a lot of those, so maybe our missing posters are hiding in there. We've done mostly the roustabout tugs. Yeah, I don't think we've done too many haulers either. I don't see a scout, so I guess maybe we do the hauler. Knock this one out real quick, like. We haven't practiced it enough to say that we're going to get it in 2 shifts, which is about the amount of time we got, but we can go over a little bit. 1.5 shifts would be okay. Gonna do anything crazy? We still don't really have a strategy set for these yet, so pretty much all we do when we're on these is
Salvage
try to work out the strategy. What?
Transferring credits.
That broke the antenna? Heard something come off of it too. That was the base. Oh, that was a good start. So do we have red down there? Yep. It was such a hurry that I already broke something. It's been a while since I had an antenna just break just grabbing it.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Anything else exterior-wise that we need to grab? Might be something on the bottom. Gonna make it? It is not gonna make it. Pull everybody back. Oh, that is just going from bad to worse.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Come on. You gonna make it around? No, he did not. Oh, this ship is starting out just wonderfully. Oh! Excuse me.
Raw material deposited.
Ah. Maybe we should have quit while the quitting was good. We're not messing around with those, just go.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
I want to go inside and look for posters. These first.
Thruster unstable. Fire hazard risk high.
I think I've only blown one of these up ever, and it was the first one I did. I did it live on stream. I thought that when I cut the pipe that there would be enough room
Salvage deposit
to
confirmed.
drive around, to fly around it. I was wrong. I spent so much time getting stuck on the thruster trying to get around it that by the time I pulled it away and flew inside, it was too late.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
This one through. Yeah. Actually, you know what? We're just gonna leave it so we can tether it from the back. After this guy tries to go into the furnace. Watch it like a hawk. I even gave you an extra tether and you still tried to go into the furnace. Get in there. Get time to deal with your shenanigans. Just not in the mood. Okay, that was maybe a little overreactionary. But I don't have to worry about it going into the furnace now.
Valuable object processed.
I like how those
Credit
come off.
deposited.
Look at.
Salvage deposit registered.
Oh, good grief.
Account credited.
I need to be able. I don't have to cancel this tether, I guess. That's right. I can just leave it on the back wall. Leave it on the back wall and forget about it until the end.
System breach. Interior unstable.
Oop, fire.
Fire damage. Note that prolonged exposure to high temperatures can lead to employee burnout.
We're not just exposing to high temperatures. I mean, that's flaming fuel. It's like we're flying through napalm.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Really? Somehow he tethered to him, and he's got himself stuck on the wall again.
Processor deposit accepted. Credits awarded.
There is nothing about this ship that is cooperating. I'm gonna grab it from back here and pull it forward. That way it pulls it away and then forward. That's a little more control of it. Back end won't fishtail so much. I'll have to watch it. Tether it again probably, but
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
I just don't want this to clip. Oh, looky who's trying to go in the furnace.
Valuable objects processed. Credits awarded.
Did I not cut the other side? That was almost a bad cut. I almost cut the thruster itself. No, I guess it can't be thruster. I did not realize that that was not cuttable.
Salvage deposit
Okay,
secured.
you're going.
Credits awarded. Cluster systems breached. Detecting elevated volatility.
5 minutes left, Cutter. All good?
I cut a light in the back. In the back. Ah.
Fire damage.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
Where is the other light? There it is. The one that I didn't destroy.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
This is the one we're going to leave because this wing here is blocking. We just come back to it later. A little more accessible. We're going to leave this in case we go through the floor and come back around. I think that's a thing.
Airlock pressurizing.
Both these at the same time? Oh, yeah. All this loose junk. Alright, where are our regulators? Broken. Alright. We're not coming out and back around. Working regulator here. Just going to close the airlock to it, so we're going to have to our way into it. Check downstairs. Could be a working regulator down here. Or there could be no regulator down here. Alright, so the outer hull and the back are going to get depressurized the bad way. So is this inner room, right? There's no regulator. Yeah, no working regulator here. Oh, this is going to be ugly. Because all this floating garbage. All that stuff should be tied down. I thought there was more floating. I was thinking of this debris.
Airlock depressurizing.
Oh, I should have got the atmospheric regulator. That's what I should have done.
Airlock pressurizing.
Nope, stay in there. Stay in there. Alright. I think we're going to have to cut our way through the airlock.
Air pressure level decreasing.
Oh, nope, we didn't close that door down there. So that's getting the back half as well at the same time. Alright. Yeah.
Not much time left, Cutter. 1 minute to go.
1 minute to go. I feel like we haven't got anything done. I'll come out here and get those hatches off the top.
Salvage deposit confirmed.
And probably just go ham on the shell. Just see if we can get like all the walls away in one shot.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
Right. I mean, we got all of the thrusters opened and 2 of them in the processor, so I mean, we did make progress. And everything's depressurized, so we can go immediately to starting to cut everything away. So we probably got more done than I... It doesn't feel like we got a lot done, but... all the prep is done. Just gotta crack the shell.
Good
I
morning,
doubt we can get it
shipbreaker.
done in this shift, but
Your theta wave levels are high. Please
I definitely don't think we'll need a
administer
full
caffeine
shift after
pods
that.
Before starting your shift.
one tether. I feel like I should tether something. That's definitely not going to have the effect that I wanted, but I used the tether.
Supply depleted.
Welcome to Venditron 9000. Thank you for your
Tethers restored.
Hey, Charmer, welcome back. Oh my goodness, that tether from all the way across the yard actually did what it intended it to do. Amazing, although I forgot that it was going to run into those. You're right, we are right at the tail end. We're about a shift and a half away from the end. But I'm glad you could make it. I was glad to see you.
Salvage registered. Transferring credits.
We want to go into the outer hull and start. Can't remove these yet because the thruster housings are still in the way. seeing a little bit of choppiness. Oh yeah, the whole ship's moving because the tether is pulling the cargo into the... thrusters housing, which are running into the fuel thing. Trying to get all this off as quickly as I can. I want to get those wings out of the way so that we can remove the thruster housings. The top one on the other side? Like I guess we did. Okay, we got everything except for the wings. They got all the cargo stuck inside them.
Processing object. Applying credits to account.
It looks like the cargo found their way around the shell. Didn't find their way into the barge, but good enough. More hoist. If the interact doesn't work, you need to change your tools. That is a known bug. Just like switch to whatever tool you're not on, and the interact will start working again.
Salvage
And
deposit.
yes, that is a terrible bug to run into at a bad time.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
Like when you're trying to buy fuel. The only time I've seen the interact not work is
Salvage secured.
is
Applying credit.
that. Unless what you were trying to interact with was like a door handle and trying to get out of somewhere because you were suffocating, in which case it could have been because the door was shut off
Account credited.
for lack of power. In which case you couldn't interact with it, even though it looks like you should be able to. But if you're talking about interacting with the kiosk,
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I've always been able to fix it by switching tools. And
Salvage
it's
secured.
an uncommon bug, but not rare. So it's common enough that by habit, I fix it immediately. I've done it on this stream, in fact. I don't know if I said anything when it happened, but it has happened on this stream today. Attached
Salvage
to...
deposit
Okay.
confirmed. Applying credit.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds exactly like it.
Registered.
If switching tools didn't work for you, I don't know. That's news to me. Switching tools or switching modes, I think that also can solve it. I think that can solve it. I switch tools, but I think switching modes can do it as well.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied. Deposit accepted for processing.
But yeah, if your interact is bugged, then That is correct. Not anything that's interactable will not work. So that is correct. You won't be able to, if you can't interact with the kiosk, you also will not be able to interact with the Master Jack. Your only other option at that point would be to escape and abandon shift. If for some reason the
Salvage
tool
deposit
cycling
registered. Account credited.
didn't fix it. I usually point it out when it happens on the stream. I don't think I pointed it out today. I usually make some kind of comment about my interacts not working. I think I was in a
Material deposited.
hurry when it happened and I just
Valuable
cycled and
object
went on with it.
accepted for processing. Salvage goal obtained. Additional
Okay, let's see
rewards
here.
assigned.
Oh, whoa, whoa. Settle down now, settle down. None of that. That's still attached. That is not.
Deposit accepted for processing.
I think we are clear now to get the thruster housings out. Oh, maybe not.
Salvage secured. Applying credit.
Park that bad boy over there. I knew I missed a cut on this from. Like I knew I'd only cut one thing. It was just the wrong thing.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Nice, tether survived. That wall is gone.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
We already have a fuel canister waiting. Those are both still attached. All right, that's both of the wings.
Processing valuable objects. Credits awarded.
Need to beat the
Hey,
clock.
Cutter, you've got 5 minutes left in this shift.
Thanks,
Hope you're
Dee Dee.
Having fun.
Can I get all the lights off of this?
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes. You were going to cancel your tether. The tether was a little bit in towards the center so that it would push tail the back away from the furnace. Forward and inwards. All right. Oh.
Processing valuable deposit. Credits transferred.
All right. Now the housings are out of the way. We can take care of this. guy's... Yeah, he was trying to turn a little bit towards the furnace.
Rewards allocated.
That just nudged the ship in the wrong direction. Not the direction we want you to turn.
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
On both? Yeah, I got them both. Nice. That was a terrible shot.
Valuable object accepted for processing.
We were all over the place. This ship is not going to spin cleanly because it is all off kilter. Yeah, more fuel.
Object accepted.
Must be great having a job where you just find free fuel all over the place. Oh, bad cut. Not in a hurry.
Object processed. Transferring credits.
A little confused for a moment there. I looked down and saw the cargo containers, and I thought that was the bottom plate. How did the plate end up on the barge, and why is it not red? I was thinking we turned those in last... Yeah, apparently not.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Oh, operate. Come out. I want to fire it
1
into...
minute left to finish things up, Cutter.
Fire it into all that fuel. You do not have that much momentum. Or mass. Trip has really been all over the place.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded. Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Wasn't the most ideal angle to deal with that reactor, but it worked. Whew. Yeah, it looks like all the exterior is handled now. Huh. 0.5% loss, not bad at all. Not sure what the nanocarbon loss was from, though. I mean, we had a bad cut with the aluminum. I feel like I should know where that nanocarbon break came from.
Hello Shipbreaker 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. Some people dream of great salvage, while other people get up every morning and make it happen.
Alright. I said 2.5 shifts.
Valuable object. Credits awarded.
See if we can make that happen. Got a fair amount to do. I say that, I think mostly we have the cockpit to do. We can get the ship to rotate properly now that it's gone all weird on us.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
Right, stop spinning now. Canceled the tethers long ago.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage goal achieved. Rewards allocated.
Not liking this angle too much.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Woo!
Salvage deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
I don't think I'm going to bother rolling the ship over like I normally would because it got all crazy as it was, and this is, I guess, as good an angle as I'm going to need. Normally we'd flip it upside down to take care of this.
Transferring credits.
Really that much to handle.
Salvage secured. Applying credit. Salvage deposited. Applying credit to account.
Our storage bin under there. That looks like one of the old mattresses. It is. The old style bed.
Salvage deposit registered. Account credited.
I'm kind of indifferent on the change in the mattress. I both like the new mattress and the old one. The old style mattress, you could do what you just did because it went all the way through the bed, so you could pull the bed out from the mattress, which made it easier. But the new mattresses are smaller, thinner, and so when you get in a cramped space, they don't bang into a bunch of stuff. So in an open area like we had just there, I think the old style is easier to manipulate. And when we're in the tight crew quarters, the new style is better. Situationally, I like them for different situations.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
We don't see many of the old ones anymore. Most of them have been converted.
Salvage deposit secured. Credits awarded.
Is that cuttable? It is not. Okay. Grab another one of these because they're all over the place.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. All salvage goals have been met. Rewards maximized.
Like we got an awful lot of gray left for it just being this shell. We already got the
Deposit registered.
radiation or the reactor plate because it was on one of the processor nanocarbon pieces.
Salvage accepted. Credit applied.
And that much gray makes me feel like we're missing something big. Oh, we are! The back wall. The thing that I said I'll forget about until the end is the thing I forgot about until the end. Okay. Play through, make sure we didn't miss anything. Pretty thorough. On the outside, on the bottom. Yep, I think we're good. I knew there was no way that housing was that much of a percentage.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Salvage
Enemy.
deposit confirmed. Applying credit.
I feel like if I was a proper streamer, I'd have like a hotkey that played a special mini-me thing every time we accomplished one. Or those horns. Meow, meow, meow. Really annoying.
Deposit.
I guess that's probably mostly Twitch streamers. Yes, I have been encouraged to Twitch stream as opposed to YouTube stream, but I don't want to split my viewer base.
Raw material deposited. Transferring credits.
All right, I think that's everything. Da, da, da. All right, yeah, we're good. Gonna fuel up real good. $99.1. That's a good way to end. We started with a 99.7 on a Atlas. That's the roustabout, I think, and ended on a 99.1 with another Atlas. Very nice. So we didn't find any of our posters. It's unfortunate. We refined our strategy for the Exo Lab, which was unexpected and good. I definitely liked the way we took the walls out. It made it a lot easier to manipulate the cut points for all of the.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52.
For all of the
Today's weather report. Clear
cable
and sunny,
junctions.
with a high of
It also made it a lot
-270
easier to
degrees.
get the wall away from all of the separated floating garbage without it knocking stuff all over the place. And it made it easier to actually collect them all up because they weren't, normally once we get the wall pieces pulled away, we have all of these power cells and cables floating up right up against the inner hull. And it's hard to see them, it's hard to grab them and manipulate them, it's hard to get behind them just to do a mass shot. It was so much better pulling all of that away and splitting them out individually. So I think that made it a lot less tedious, and it was much better. So I'm glad we did that. All right, that's gonna be it for the stream. As mentioned earlier, for anyone who wasn't there, next Saturday will probably not be a Hardspace Shipbreaker stream. We're not done yet. We have not ended our contract. We are not terminating this yet. But we're trying to mix it up a little bit. So there are a couple of things that I have in mind that maybe will be decent to stream probably not satisfactory. But I'll post something when I'm sure that I can present something that is worthwhile streaming and won't just be done in an hour. So it's got to be something that has the right pacing. But I'll mock up some kind of thumbnail and throw it up on YouTube once I'm confident that we can stream something else of some modern interest. So hopefully you guys will find it interesting and come out and hang out. When we did Satisfactory, and a number of the Hardspace viewers came out, and it was great to see you guys. In fact, the majority of the viewers were Hardspace viewers, not Satisfactory viewers. But hopefully you guys can come out next Saturday. If something else doesn't line up, then I'll probably throw up a Hardspace. But thanks very much for coming out. I'm glad that people are still showing up for this game, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and look forward to seeing you guys next Saturday or for whatever we play. So thanks for watching, and have a great night.